There you are. Thrilled to bring you back. Welcome back to Comics X Games. Once again, I'm Jordan Sparks, and I hope you enjoyed that first talk from Play Multiverse. We're now continuing our regularly scheduled Comics X Games programming, including a bunch of games and a certain talk about a certain book. But we won't be raiding another channel this time. This time it'll all be here. So sit tight and let's check out some games.
is that God wants you to do with your life, and do it. Period.
Turn right in 200 meters.
Hi, my name is Sharang Biswas, and my talk today is called Understanding Comics, Understanding Games. Those are some of my details. That's my Twitter handle. There's my itch.io page where you can get some of my games, not all of them. There's my website. And again, special thanks to Scott McCloud. This whole talk is based on his work, as you will soon see. A quick note, this is somewhat ironic given the topic I'm talking about, but I'm designing this talk to be accessible if you're not really watching the screen the whole time, because I know all of us are a bit tired staring at screens the whole time. So if you want to cook while listening to this talk, which is what I do a lot, feel free to do so. You'll only have to glance at the screen from time to time. I'll be reading out a lot of stuff, and there's not a lot of text on the screen that I don't read out. So just a note for all of you. And before I begin the talk, to give you a background of where I'm coming from, I'm a game designer, writer, and artist. That's me, in various weird poses. I have shown work, like artistic work, at some of these institutions at the top. I have taught at various universities, colleges, that kind of thing, or currently teach. I've written for a lot of different publications, some smaller, some larger, and I've won a couple of awards. Again, if you're not looking at the screen, I've done stuff. Don't worry about it so much. A little bit about the work I've done. I have written a fair number of articles and essays about games, interactive work. I have done a lot of work. I've done a significant amount of work for board games. I've either written for them, like Holy, or I co-designed them, like Mad Science Foundation. I've written a lot for various tabletop RPGs. I've designed my own tabletop RPGs, some of which have got acclaim and recognition. I've done a fair amount of work with interactive fiction. At the top level, the stuff that I post on SubQ. Then I'm doing I'm co-editing an anthology with Cleo Davis coming out this fall. And I've written interactive fiction for Dungeons & Dragons, for the Dungeons & Dragons 2020 Dungeons & Dragons Live event. I've done a lot of work with LARP as well, that I'm particularly proud of. On the left, the Museum of the Moving Image commissioned me and a design partner, Nick O'Leary, to make a LARP based on the Dark Crystal Age of Resistance TV show. On the right, that is Honey and Hot Wax, an anthology of erotic art games. It is a book of LARPs, all about sex and sexuality, that was published by Pelgrane Press, that we received... that Lucian Khan and I received 2 grants from the Effing Foundation for Sex Positivity to make happen. So I'm pretty proud of that work. But all of that just to tell you that I'm coming from a games perspective, right? We're in Comics X Games, comics and games, comics by games, comics multiplied by games. But my background is much more in games than in comics. So I am interested in comics, and I've done a little bit of study on that. This talk is about how Scott McCloud's seminal work, Understanding Comics, Invisible Art, can be looked at from a game design perspective to draw insights for game designers. So a couple of things about that. It's a big book. By big I mean there's a lot in it. It's a dense book. So I'm not going to go through, a dissection of every bit of it. I'm going through what I think are salient and interesting. There's a lot interesting, but what's salient in this time. I'm looking at it from a designer perspective, like what can designers use, not just what a critic or an analyst can use. I'm sure if you're looking from that lens, you can find a lot. And also, a quick note is that I'm going to use a lot of images from the book in this presentation. So unless I note otherwise, that it's from some game, the images that I use are from the book. Okay? Cool. So... first off, why is this important? Why is it important to look at this book from a games end perspective? Scott McCloud talks about the many worlds of comics, right? I'm extending that here. I think artists should take an interdisciplinary view of their art, right? Whatever art you make, whether you're a musician or an illustrator or a graphic designer or a game designer or a theatrical artist, it is good practice to try and think in an interdisciplinary way. This will give us a new understanding of our art. It'll give us a new understanding of how we make art, and perhaps most interesting, it'll allow us to innovate on our art by bringing in concepts from other artistic forms and media, right? As McLeod says here, all media of communication are a byproduct of our sad inability to communicate directly from mind to mind, end quote, right? So if all art, if all media of communication are about this way, trying to get messages across, then all means of communication, all media, all art have something to learn from each other, right? Which is why I think it's super valuable to take this unorthodox approach to look at games from a comics perspective. What can the making of comics teach us about the making of games? So my first point is idea visual. It's the most basic point in that Scott McLeod talks about comics are ways of combining text and images in interesting ways. Well, many kinds of games, I would argue most kinds of games, also do that to some degree, right? Text and images are a big part of many kinds of games. And so applying Scott McLeod's principles in a most basic way, just to be like, let's look at how these games apply text and images, is a useful thing to take out of the book, right? This can be for analog game. This is my game You Will Be Liquid, which I made with Adam Vass. It's a solo role-playing game that you unwrap this map while that's like traveling through a gay club looking for your unrequited love. But you're like unwrapping this map, and if you're looking at the screen now, you can see it's these descriptions and then questions and choices within this like gay club atmosphere. If you could see the whole game, you could see more of it, right? And so here, this is trying to combine words and images in interesting ways, right? You also literally navigating by unraveling this map, showing more of the images, right? Video games are also make also important use of combining text and images in interesting ways, right? This is everyone's favorite game, Hades. I say everyone's favorite because it just won so many awards and just won like 5 BAFTAs. But combining words and images is undeniably a big part of many video games, right? And McLeod goes into significant detail, right? There's a chapter on color. There's a chapter on line. What does a form of different line do, right? Now, a lot of this is very applicable to games. There are some schools of thought that forget that the visual is as important a component in a game as the procedural, as the game mechanics part. People forget that. People are like, oh, we're game designers. The artists are just artists. They're useless, right? That's a stupid line of thinking, right? All parts of that go into making a game, be it sound, be it voice acting, be it art, be it, QA testing, all of those are important, right? But just a reiteration that you can use principles from other kinds of visual art in the visuals of games. Now, visual art is not my expertise, so this section, I am going to leave it at that. But keep that in mind that if you read the book, which I recommend all of you do, many of the principles McLeod outlined that are all about how to combine visuals and text are applicable to games, even if you're just thinking of the visual and text of games, right? And nothing else about the game, right? The next thing he talks about, well, maybe not next, the order is a bit off in this talk, but another thing he talks about that is important and pertinent and more unique to games is how all these elements are put together. Because like I just mentioned, games have more elements than just, image and text. Obviously, comics do too. There's materiality, there's paper, all that stuff. But games, I would argue, different kinds of games have even more qualities that go into it, right? McLeod says, quote, in comics at its best, words and pictures are like partners in a dance and each one takes turns leading, end quote, right? McLeod's talking about using the different elements, the words and the pictures together in interesting ways is very important. It's not just word and not just picture, it's the synergy that comes when you put them together. Games, of course, have the added aspect of procedure, right? Games have verbs and actions. So to take McLeod's quote, you have this dance of words and pictures, but then you have the dance itself, the verb of dancing that you are engaging with. Sorry for that bad metaphor, but I thought it's kind of interesting that he says this thing in a very action-driven way, right? Most interesting to me, at least, is this one place where he talks about, McLeod talks about how to juxtapose words and pictures together, right? He talked about all these specific terms: word specific, picture specific, duo specific, additive, parallel, montage, interdependent, right? I'm not going to go into all of them in detail. Check out the book, but he does break down all these different ways that words and pictures can go together. And you can draw parallels from these into games, into how to combine words, image, and procedure and things like that. So one of the first we talked about is word specific, right? We have the word specific combinations where pictures illustrate but don't significantly add to a largely complete text. So for example, he has an image of a woman smiling and it says, "Judy gave me her keys and smiled," right? The words are just illustrating the picture more. There's not a lot of new information being given there, right? But that's not to say this isn't a powerful means of communication, especially if we think of the more multimedia element of games and adding in even more layers. If you're looking at the screen now, this is an image of a small game called Astrologaster. It's a lovely little game where you play a medieval doctor. It's based on a real person, fictionalized version of a real person's life, based on a real person who tried to cure all these people using astrology, like actual medical conditions. Like, oh, let me look at your horoscope and see what you need to do, right? And the funny thing is, every medical case you have starts with an image, as you can see, and some text. And what's more interesting, a sung madrigal, right? Like that limerick that's there. Rich but not satisfied, mayhap you have not tried this one weird trick for displaying your wealth. Buy herbs and confections to boost your complexion and pass idle hours tending to your health. Obviously, I didn't do it in madrigal form, but the game has this like choral multitude of voices singing this out. And if you look at the game, it's a very humorous game, but the idea of illustrating this text with this madrigal noise, madrigal song, is just adds to the humor exponentially. You really have to play the game to see how much the singing of these songs adds to the humor, because the songs sound solemn but the words are hilarious, and then you do the thing about giving these kooky cures, also really funny. So here we're using juxtaposition in a very specific way to add to the humor, right? But now, that's using sound, visual, and text, right? But let's look at another example. The last example that McLeod talks about is called interdependent juxtaposition, right? The most common type of word-picture combination is the interdependent, where words and pictures go hand in hand to convey an idea that neither could convey alone, end quote. So as an example, you see an image of a man wearing a tank top, unshaven, messy hair with what looks like stink lines coming off of him, and the text says, "I ask you, does this guy look like a CEO to you?" Right? The image and the text go together to convey something new. That word synergy I used before comes up again, right? In games, you can think about how the procedures you are doing, how the actions the players are taking synergize with the rest of the game and add to the meaning of the game. So this is my game Verger. It's another solo RPG that you play. It's like a short game that you play in a kitchen while making salad and screaming into the empty kitchen about witchcraft and revenge, right? That's the game. You make salad and then you eat what you have wrought at the end, right? So I have some text here from the game I'm going to read out. This is in the middle of the game. You've assembled your ingredients, you've started doing some salad preparation already, and then this happens when you're adding spices, right? Quote, "In a moment, you will season your concoction with the spices. When you do so, inhale and let their scent invade you. Consider their spices, their particles tumbling like falling leaves, like forgotten dreams, like abandoned children. Let them tell you how the tragedy hurt others, bystanders, witnesses, innocents. You must force yourself to voice these stories. You still have your voice, even if it is but a whisper. Now, season." End quote, right? So this is a story you're going to be telling about tragedy and bad things that have happened, which make you descend into, witchcraft. And I try and use the act of preparing a salad, the various verbs you do, cutting vegetables, seasoning, mixing, all that kind of thing, I try and let the verbs add to the emotion of the story you're trying to tell. You think about things as you're doing these verbs, and then you voice the things that you invented, that you thought of, right? So I'm trying to juxtapose, to use this interdependence of the actions that you're doing and the text that you're reading and the story that you're creating are trying to inform each other and create new meaning, right? So again, McLeod talks about 7 different versions of this, and other parts of the book talk about juxtaposition in different ways. I'm not going to go through all of that, but putting his ideas of putting text and images together can be applied to putting other kinds of media together. And games, which combine various different kinds of media, are ripe for this sort of exploration. Next, he talks about abstraction. Again, next, I'm not following his book in order. I'm just going next. So he talks about abstraction, right? About rendering something from very close to life. If you're looking at this image now, he has a very photorealistic image to a very not close to life, like a doodle, a circle with 2 dots and a line to show a face, right? Talks about representation being abstracted. Now, many people, when they think of games, for one, they think of only video games. I keep saying I'm a game designer, and people are like, oh, what video games have you made? I'm like, I have made very few video games. And then people look at me weirdly. But when people think of games, they think of one video games, and then they think of video games as simulationist, right? As trying to be as close to life as possible. Oh, if the graphics are super close to life, yeah, that'll be great. But then look at games which have won Best Art, right? Look at Hades, which have won many awards for Best Art. Not super simulations, very stylistic, in fact, right? Games abstract all the time, right? Every time you roll dice in Dungeons and Dragons to make an attack, you are abstracting the complex processes that go on in a sword fight, for example, to a simple dice roll. Every time a video game does background calculations of, like, the trajectory of a bullet or the economy of your budding civilization, that is, again, abstracting complex processes in a way to make it accessible, engaging, and interesting, which is the same as engaging, so whatever, engaging for a player, right? Even the most complex physics engine that a game has is an abstraction of real-world physics, right? Which is, again, very, very complicated, right? The question is not whether or not there is abstraction, because there always is. The question is why and how there is abstraction. The question is why we choose to abstract, right? And what we choose to abstract. So here is a still from Darkest Dungeon, right? Darkest Dungeon is about, sending adventurers into dungeons to fight monsters, except the Darkest Dungeon does something interesting in that Darkest Dungeon abstracts mental health and trauma in a different way, right? In many games, you don't even include that, right? It's all part of just this health score that you have. In games like Dungeons and Dragons, there's no mental health thing. You fight monsters, you kill people, your mental health is all part of your hit points, right? Darkest Dungeon has one abstraction, which is, you have like a sanity score. I forget what it's called exactly. It's been a while since I played it. I guess I should have played it before this talk, but anyway. And your sanity, whatever, your stress, I think, can increase. But it also does stuff with, you can actually have mental health issues which affect your behavior. If you take too much stress, you start behaving differently. Again, that is an abstraction, but is a very particular choice the designers made. We want to abstract mental health, complex issues of mental health in this way to showcase this, to talk about how, hey, you know what? Dungeon delving is actually bad business and you feel bad fighting monsters and it's not easy, right? Because all abstractions, all decisions of representation that game designers make betray the politic of the game designers, right? Even if the politic is something like, oh, I am too privileged to have to go through the politics that other people go through, right? It is still something that's being betrayed by the game. But the what abstraction is made says something, right? Now, McLeod has this diagram where he shows these 2 axes of abstraction. We're going from reality towards representational abstraction, where we're going from reality to simpler images, to like doodles, to like text, right, which is the most representational, right? Because you can imagine origins of written language might have come from like pictograms, right? But he also has other axes of abstraction of meaning, right? We go from reality to all the way to the picture plane, which is abstract shape, like just squares and circles and triangles, which are just pictures and don't have meaning inherent in them, right? To this, we can add another perpendicular axis when we come to games, because then we can add procedures, we can add verbs. Verbs can also be abstracted and abstractly represent other concepts in different ways, right? So there's a game called Feast that I designed. It won an Indicate Award. It was shown in a couple of galleries. In Feast, you cook together. You cook before the game, and you all play alien parasites devouring the personalities and memories of hosts, right? It's a simple game. And you do this, you devour these personalities by eating food. And you eat the food, and then you use the flavors and the mouthfeel and the textures and the tastes that you get to describe what kind of memory you have just consumed, right? And the verbs, the eating of the food is meant to represent the more seemingly complex act of eating someone's soul, right? And then the other level is that itself, that idea of eating someone's soul in an imaginary world, for some people who play this game, is meant to represent other things, right? There's a great article I read. Well, great, it's going to be narcissistic. It was an article about my own game. So someone else wrote this article about my game that I thought was great, but they wrote about how the game represented reconnection with their cultural heritage by means of food, right? To them, it was specifically about Chinese New Year and Chinese food, right? Another person who played the game told me how the game to them was about colonialism, right? But how eating the food is about taking another culture, consuming it, and then spitting out a story about what you think it should be, right? About colonialist appropriation of stories, right? And so verbs in games can abstractly represent other things. Now, of course, the game Feast itself is inspired by an installation art piece by Felix Garcia Torres called Untitled Portrait of Ross in LA, which itself uses the act of eating to convey meaning. It uses the act of eating from a pile of candy. The piece is a pile of the art piece is a pile of candy in a specific form, and you're supposed to eat parts of it, and it's supposed to represent, the artist's lover dying of AIDS, right? Look up the piece. It's really, really interesting piece. It's very famous. That means there's a lot of information about it out there. So even there, even in a non-game context, in this sculpture installation art context, the verbs are being used in an abstract way. But then these examples are relatively on the nose. I mean, you could argue, but there's some even more abstract ones, right? So here, there's an image from a LARP called White Death by Nina Essendrop, right? It is a LARP, a live-action role-playing game, where you are pioneers climbing a mountain and going through the storm, all the stuff going on this mountain. But the game is almost entirely silent, and you play the game by interacting with all these white objects in weird ways, right? With these white balloons, with literal piles of sugar. You do all these actions with them without saying anything. And you interact with all these people in a very, very abstract way, because you can construct a story in your head about what you're doing, and you represent that by engaging with these balloons, with this sugar, with all these props. But the other person, the other people you're playing with might have a completely different story going on in their head. And it's really cool because you can have this lovely experience, this profound, moving, emotional, narrative journey that no one has a clue about, right? Because they are constructing a very different narrative in their head with these props, with these actions. So this very abstract game, these verbs are used to create mood, just like you can imagine for some people, abstract expressionist paintings, these simple blocks of color are used to create mood and emotion, right? So that too is translatable into a game sense. Again, McLeod talks about levels of abstractions of images and text. We can apply that to verbs and procedures in games and think of it using the comics lens that McLeod gives us. Next, McLeod talks about gaps, right? This is very related to the idea of abstractness, which you will see very soon as we talk. But here we have 3 panels where you see just the top half of McLeod's torso and in comic form, and he says, "In this panel, you can't even see my legs, yet you assume that they're there." And then he looks down, even though they're not, because in the fiction they might be there, but he has not drawn these legs, right? We in our mind fill in the fact that his legs exist. He calls this closure. Quote, "This phenomenon of observing the parts but perceiving the whole has a name called closure," end quote, right? And he talks about how this is very normal in our daily lives. And we know this from biology, right? When we look with our eyes, most of what we see when we're looking isn't actually light that our eyes perceive. Most of it is constructed by our brain. The scene that we're seeing, in quote marks, is constructed by our brain based on what we expect to be there. He has an image of this perspective view of all these Pepsi bottles. In our quote, "In our daily lives, we often commit closure, mentally completing that which is incomplete based on past experience," end quote. So even though you can't see the bottles at the far end, you can assume they're the same kind of bottle, and they're also going to be bottles of Pepsi in this case, right? So McLeod is saying later on in this chapter that as a comic artist, you don't need to show every minute thing, right? The brain will do a lot of work. People will do a lot of work filling in the gaps. And now this is true a lot in games. So I'm putting up this quote by Frank Lantz. I'll read that later because you'll understand it better when I explain. But Frank Lantz has this great talk about the immersive fallacy, right? Where people keep talking about, oh my God, the game is so realistic. There are all these elements of realism. Oh my God, it's an amazing game because of these elements of realism. And that's a little weird, right? Why are we measuring how good a game is based on how realistic it is? That's weird. Frank Lantz argues that that's a bad way of looking at things, right? He says not everything that's more realistic is better. He gives the example of if you're going camping. If I go camping and my friend Jane is there and there's a bear that attacks her, and then my friend Rob is running towards us and I yell at Rob, "Bear," quote, "the word bear would not be better if it had teeth and could kill you," right? The fact that my words are more realistic, that they can bite you and kill you, doesn't make the word more useful. In fact, it makes it less useful. It is more useful that there is a gap between the real bear and my word bear than the description of it, right? So simulations aren't always better. In fact, and to the converse, where Lantz talks both about the bad thing of more simulation can be bad, but less simulation can also be good, he goes on to say, right? Where games are sometimes better because there is a gap between what it's really like. They're better because your brain is forced to make meaning in a new and different way, right? If you were actually eating people's brains in the game Feast, that's not entirely interesting. Well, it could be, but then you'd have it with some fava bean and some Chianti, right? But because it is a there's a gap between that. There's a level of simulation where I'm eating this food and imagining it to be, someone's brain, personality, whatever. That makes you think in different ways, right? That's where the magic happens. You don't need to prescribe everything. This I'm kind of using as a joke. This is a really famous table from an early edition of Dungeons & Dragons. It's the table of harlots, the different kinds of harlots that you can meet. A slovenly troll, a brazen strumpet, a cheap trollop, right? A lot of things going on with this. I'm not going to get into the gender politics of this. I'm using it as humor to illustrate that, you don't necessarily need to simulate everything, right? If you're playing Dungeons & Dragons and every time you make an attack, you have to account for the wind speed and whether or not you have a cramp in your left toe and is there sunlight in your eyes and your left arm has grown tired, right? If every single attack you have to factor all those in, that would be honestly kind of a boring game, right? Frank Lance talks about the gaps are where the magic happens, and that's also what we talk about in Understanding Comics. McLeod talks about this idea of letting people construct their own interpretation, letting people construct the rest of the image is good. You can let them do the work. It also stimulates the imagination, makes them think in different ways. Here's a quick example where he shows two stories of a guy dying in a car crash. If you're not looking at the screen, it's totally fine. Just the point is that the first one, it's a very complete story with many, many panels. And then the second version, he cut out all these panels and to tell a smaller story. In the second one, there are more gaps that the reader is allowed to fill in, right? But as he then says, quote, "The art of comics is as subtractive as it is additive," end quote. Next quote, so maybe not end quote. Quote, "And finding the balance between too much and too little is crucial to comics creators the world over," end quote, right? I would argue that is all art, right? All art is finding a balance between too much, like this is just enough, like film editing is all about that, right? A film could be like 5 hours long because director's cuts are way longer, and most movies don't have an extra director's cut because the director decided, you know what, the shorter version is better for a reason. Blasphemous thought, I honestly think the Lord of the Rings movies are better without the extended edition elements added for the most part, right? So when you're making your game, think about, do I really need this extra table of weapon damage types? Do I really need this extra feature where you can, pee, right? Think about like, how interesting would Skyrim be if every few hours you had to stop and poop in the wilderness while you're traveling from town to town, right? Is that actually interesting? It could be. You might be making a game about the need to poop so much in adventures, but if you're not doing that, Skyrim is not about that. Having those things is distracting and not necessarily fun just because it is more mirroring reality, right? Then later, McLeod talks about the idea of rhythm. In multiple chapters, if you condense them together, this idea of rhythm comes up again and again, right? Specifically, my favorite part about rhythm is when he talks about how do you show action, how do you put panels together? Is it moment to moment? Is it action to action, subject to subject, scene to scene, aspect to aspect, or just random non sequitur panels being put together, right? Again, I'm not going to describe all of it in detail, look in the book, but this idea of what comes next, which scenes do you choose to focus on, in what order, contributing to a rhythm, can be very, very important in games, right? Talking about Hades again, because it's such a good game, I will keep talking about Hades. I assigned it to my undergrads this year. It's amazing. Pacing is very important in Hades, right? From a gameplay perspective, Hades does a really good job of making bursts of action and break, right? Bursts of tension and release, where you have a room, you kill a lot of monsters, and then there's a little break. And then immediately there's another room, kill a lot of monsters, and then there's a little break, right? And then, of course, that's just the rhythm of the action. There's also the rhythm of how the narrative is given out, right? Narrative is given out to you in dribbles, like small, small doses that makes it very Moorish. It's like Pringles. Once you pop, you can't stop, right? You want just one more room so I can fight a bit more, use my new power-up, and then learn a little bit more about the story. Hear one more god say something cool, right? The rhythms of the rhythms and pacing are very important, right? But now, that's just a general thing about rhythms are important, but you can directly apply McLeod's concept of which scene goes next specifically to tabletop role-playing games, right? I'm focusing a lot on tabletop role-playing games because that is one of my main foci of design, right? So this is the game Agon by John Harper and Sean Nittner. Now, it's an adventure game, except that this is in the game of the style of epic myths, right? You play Greek heroes taking part in these like epic mythological stories, right? And in an epic myth, like in the story of Hercules, you don't really say, and then Hercules turned left, and then Hercules swung right, and then Hercules dodged a kick, right? That's not how it goes. You say, and then Hercules wrestled the Nemean lion to the ground and tore off its skin, which he then wrapped around himself, right? These actions are much larger, right? So one can say, while the first example I gave about turning left and right could be a more D&D example, could be more of what McLeod calls action to action, the second example with Agon could be more of what McLeod calls scene to scene, or maybe even aspect to aspect, right? Where it's these larger actions that you then describe. In Agon, you will describe fighting the lion fully. Then you'll describe convincing the queen about how good you are fully. You won't be like, oh, I'll say this one sentence to her. That it doesn't go that way, right? And even the dice roll that the game makes you reflect that. Rolling dice in Agon takes a while, right? You have to build up a pool, and it takes a while to build up a pool. So it feels kind of epic when you're building up this pool of dice and you're rolling a bunch of dice together, right? But because it's slow and feels epic, the game makes you roll dice not very often, right? In a single game session, maybe you'll roll dice 4 times, right? While traditionally, in other games, like if you're exploring a dungeon in D&D, you'll probably roll dice many, many, many more times, right? So this game uses a different kind of scene framing. This game, I mean Agon, uses a different kind of action framing to make a different sort of aesthetic come out of it, right? And we can use this tool about what are we framing, what scenes are being framed to make a game, right? If you think of combat simulation-y games, think of like Shadowrun combat versus like a Powered by the Apocalypse game. If you're not really familiar with either of these two, don't worry too much. But in Shadowrun and D&D and things like that, you have like initiative and turns. While in a Powered by the Apocalypse game, like Masks or like Monster of the Week, combat is a bit more like one roll of the die will determine both what you do and what the enemy does, kind of, right? So they both focus on action and pacing in a different way. This brings us to the idea of pacing towards goals, right? McLeod has a whole section where he talks about goal-oriented stories. Quote, traditional Western art and literature don't wander much. On the whole, we're a pretty goal-oriented culture. But in the East, there's a rich tradition of cyclical and labyrinthy works of art. End quote, right? So we think of like pacing towards getting a goal. You always have to have action, but there are a lot of ways of telling stories and playing games that aren't like that, right? Now, I know he talks about a rich tradition in the East. I am actually not super familiar with the game design traditions of the eastern part of the world, of the Eastern Hemisphere. So the 2 examples I use are actually Western games, as far as I remember. So The Stillness of the Wind is a game where, you're this woman who is like tending to goats and like making cheese, and then after a while the game ends. And I won't spoil it for you. It's a very short game. It's like a couple of hours. It might even be like 1 to 2 hours. I don't remember. Played it a long time ago. But you like do this. The game doesn't tell you must make cheese. You must sell cheese, right? You can. It you can make your own goals. The other game that I'm showing is Mountain, which is one of those idle games. There's a mountain, and you like watch the mountain accumulate trash and weather and things, right? These games let players create their own goals, let their mind wander, right? And this is interesting. We can think of using this meandering idea that McLeod talks about. We can think of breaking away from this goal-oriented way of games, not because goal-oriented games are bad, but because that's not the only thing games can do, right? Paolo Pedercini, in his excellent talk at Indiecade, Video Games and the Spirit of Capitalism, talks about this idea of video games, by their algorithmic nature, being a representation of capitalism and rationalization, right? And he says, quote, the verbs characterizing player actions, when they're not related to violence, usually belong to the arsenal of rationalization, solving, clearing, managing, updating. He talks about our video games tend to be about furthering capitalist tendencies with these goals that we must reach with all these verbs, right? And he suggests, he recommends we think of other models like Stillness of the Wind, like The Mountain. What verbs are we engaging in that aren't about solving, that aren't about clearing and managing and updating, things like that, right? How do we let our mind wander, like McLeod mentions? So those were just a few of the many points that are in the book that I've thought a lot of. There's other things I want to explore with games. So, for example, he talks about developing a unified vocabulary for games. A lot of scholars have tried that. It's a very interesting concept about, like, can we all have a vocabulary for games that we talk about, right? He talks about this idea of representing space and time in the same way. Like in comics, space equals time in a weird way. If you look at the image like over there, you'll see what I'm talking about. And of course, there's some games which do things like that, right? If you played Braid by Jonathan Blow, it's interesting. You can rewind time in at least one level. Moving forward moves time forward. Moving backward moves time backwards, right? So this idea of time and space being interesting. He talks a lot about the artistic process in games, in comics that could be applicable to games. The book is very, very rich, and I encourage you, whatever art you practice, be it game design, be it illustration, be it writing, be it music, be it dance, to try and take Understanding Comics or any other art book and see, do the principles outlined in this other or for this other art form apply to your art form? Can you use the other art form as a lens to understand and design better within your own art form, right? Because ultimately, he says this about art, right? Quote, and all that's needed is the desire to be heard, the will to learn, and the ability to see, end quote, right? That is what you need to make art. Of course, that's a simplification or an abstraction, if you will, but that is what you need to make good art. And the desire to learn is where this talk comes in, right? Where look at other forms of art, look at comics for inspiration for games, and interesting things might happen. So thank you again for the gift of your attention. I hope if you were cooking, you made something lovely. I hope if you were just watching the screen, you will take a break now and stare outside the window for 30 seconds to give your eyes a rest. My name again is Sharang Biswas. I'm a game designer, writer, and artist. I'm currently based in New York City. That is my name. That is my Twitter, at Sharang Biswas. My HIO is astrolingus.h.io. Some of my games are there, not all, because some of them are commissions or LARPs and things that you can't get. And then my website is sharangbiswas.myportfolio.com, which is a little more complete, though during the pandemic I have been very bad at updating it because, I have lots of worries. But thank you so much. I hope you enjoy the rest of your conference.
Hey there, folks. 2020 was a wild year for a lot of different reasons, but for those who followed along with us, development on Depowerball has been moving along. For those who haven't seen Depowerball before, please allow us to reintroduce ourselves. Depowerball is a competitive arena party platformer where the fate of every matchup is influenced by fast-paced gameplay and tactical decision-making. Here's what to expect when starting a new match. Players must determine which game mode to play as well as how many rounds to play towards. Whoever is the first to win the goal number of rounds will win the match and become the Royal Champion. Currently, we have 2 game modes in development. Our traditional Depowerball mode where you score points in a round by feeding treats to the Dragon Queen, and we have Tag mode where the goal is to grab the golden treat and hold on as long as you can in order to reach the target number of points in a round. No matter the game mode, all players start with the same set of powers to help them achieve victory. When a player wins a round, he or she loses one of their powers as voted on by the other players. Once a new power is taken away, a new round begins, and the depowered player must now adapt and figure out how to win the match without their recently depleted power. This cycle repeats until one player has won the set number of rounds and becomes the Royal Champion. With 2020 a distant memory, I'm pleased to announce that you will be able to play Depowerball both locally and online. That's right, for the very first time, we will have a limited number of servers set up for our first official online quick match playtest. I fully expect you to break the game, by the way, just please don't break it too much. So how can you get your hands on this demo? The first thing you need to do is get a Steam account, and the second thing you'll need to do is join our Discord channel to get the instructions on how to sign up for access. And with that, here are some gameplay highlights from 2020. Enjoy, and we'll see you soon in the pit.
Hi everyone! So today I'm going to be talking to you about Triversal. Triversal is a satisfying new spatial puzzle game developed by Phantom Compass, and it is a relaxing game that offers the perfect balance between chill and challenge. So the goal in this game is to move the light token over the dark circle to complete the puzzle levels. And you're going to want to do that by first selecting a node to tether your light token to it, and then you're going to want to select another node to connect to so that the light token will be tethered in between, just like this. You can have up to 3 nodes connected at one time, and in order to solve a puzzle perfectly, you're going to want to do this in only 3 moves. You can disconnect your token by selecting that node a second time, or you can disconnect all tethers by selecting the player token. By selecting the correct 3 nodes, you will move the light token over the dark goal and complete the level. Collect coins to purchase helpful items in the shop. For example, you can buy hints if you're stuck on a particular puzzle. Collecting all the coins in a level will give you a bonus. Some nodes can also appear on flexible tethers. When connected, these nodes will move to be in balance with all other connected tethers, adding a dynamic challenge to solving puzzles. Triversal has multiple modes of play to suit your mood, like our Chill Puzzle Packs mode, with hundreds of puzzles to work through at your own pace. There's also Daily Puzzle mode, where you can rack up perfect streaks and compete for a high score on a new challenge daily. Endurance mode challenges you to compete level after level of progressively more difficult puzzles, and each move costs a coin. Try to beat your high score before you run out of coins altogether. Sandbox mode allows you to play with and customize your level of challenge. We built this game for people like us, people who need to take brain breaks between work tasks, people that want to relax but not be bored, or just want to slow things down after a competitive gaming session. Triversal puzzles hit this sweet spot in between chill and challenge. We also had streamers in mind. In the settings menu, you can toggle on streamer assist and numbered labels will appear on your puzzles. This way you can engage viewers in chat to help you with solutions. The low pressure gameplay makes it easy to play and still focus on chat. And the music is perfect for chill streams. Triversal also has other ways for you to optimize your chill experience. You can mix and match different music or visual styles to find your favorite combos. We hope you love it as much as we do. Find out more about this game and other Phantom Compass games at phantomcompass.com. Thanks for watching!
ジェネリック
Bombing, a Graffiti Sandbox, is an independent, lo-fi graffiti sandbox game where every inch of the environment can be used as a canvas. Armed with your trusty backpack, a palette of paint cans and pens, and a selection of tools, take to the streets and fill them with your creations. Bombing features several levels to explore and paint on, licensed music by independent artists, and ambient environments to help you get lost in your creations. It's inspired by real experiences creating urban art. It's just you, alone in a world with your tools to create whatever you want. Your basic toolkit is your trusty spray cans. They're available in multiple colors and have a range of caps which affect the flow of your paint for different situations. In addition to cans, you've got pens too. Finer than spray cans, they allow for better control and are best for quick tags and sketching out your concepts. Before finalizing them. And that's what you can expect from Bombing, a graffiti sandbox, coming to Steam and itch.io when it's ready.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Told by Starlight. Told by Starlight is a tabletop storytelling game where you and your fellow players get to sit around and make up mythology. You'll also draw all of the constellations that go along with your various characters and moments and artifacts. I am joined today by my two good friends, Tessa and Luna, and we've already done all the setup for this game, which involved creating our star chart, which you can see, and making our first set of constellations. So I'm going to just ask everyone to introduce the constellation that you created during the startup of the game. Luna, if you want to get us started.
Great. So I created a constellation called Amos. They are the protector archetype, and the constellation represents a broken shield, which is Amos's shield, which got gradually eroded and broken during the 13 Wars.
Thanks, Luna. And Tessa, do you want to introduce your character? Or I guess your icon that you created?
Yeah, so my character is Ty, and his archetype is the outsider. Ty is a half-horse, half-fish god that brought fishing and the ability to, use boats and engage with like the ocean to a landlocked people.
Cool. And I made the constellation Yara Yara, and Yara Yara is a blacksmith, a sort of godlike blacksmith who created Amos's shield and said that the shield will remain intact as long as Amos was true to their mission, their calling. So because we've got this constellation that is the broken shield, we know that that didn't go so well for Amos, but that's the story. So we've already created a bit of the backstory, and it just kind of naturally grew out of these characters as we drew them and assigned them an archetype. So from here, we're going to go into the main turn order, which is where most of the storytelling happens. So, Luna, would you like to draw a card and get us started?
I am going to do that. I have drawn a 4 of diamonds. So, I get 4 stars. Diamonds don't mean anything particular, I believe. So.
Not for drawing the constellation, no. So as Luna drew the 4 of diamonds, the 4 indicates how many cards, or rather, how many stars she can use in her constellation.
There you go.
Cool. And Tessa, do you want to name that constellation?
Sure, this is Noto.
Love it.
Excellent.
And do you want to choose an archetype for Noto?
Yeah, Noto is the healer.
Okay. And then that leaves it to me to tell the story of Noto the healer. And because the card drawn was a diamond, it means this is a story about luck, trickery, or guile. So, Noto was a woman who lived in a small village, largely untouched by the wars that had happened up until this point. When a stranger entered the town, and this stranger was suffering from a wound that was not quite physical, and not mental, as like a something mystical or spectral in nature. And this person had been wandering for so long that this wound had consumed much of their being. When they came to Noto, Noto was the first person who was able to see past this spectral infection and see straight to the stranger's true character, true being. And decided to leave her small town and travel with the stranger, slowly undoing the ill effects of this spectral infection. And she became known as someone not to be trifled with, but also someone who could heal things that other people just couldn't.
I love that.
So here the luck was just that stranger happened into this town where a person who could genuinely help happened to be. Oh, Luna, do you want to write Noto's name onto the
Yes.
chart?
That. Noto.
And I'm purposely leaving the stranger nameless right now because we can do whatever we want from that.
Indeed.
Any questions from our dear listeners?
Yeah. How did Noto feel about her newfound notoriety from this?
Notoriety. Nice one.
I think it was more than she bargained for.
Mm.
Like, it wasn't bad, and it was a huge shift, and she didn't realize how many people would come to her with requests for help.
Mm. Mm-hmm.
Cool. Any other questions?
Why did Noto feel the need to follow this stranger out into the world to engage in this healing?
The stranger stayed with Noto for some time as the worst of the ailment got better. And I think in that time they formed a friendship.
Mm.
Enough that she would trust the stranger while traveling with them.
Makes sense. Excellent.
Cool. Then let's go to the next turn. So Luna, you drew the card last time,
Yes.
correct? So
Yes.
Tessa, you can draw the next card.
Okay. Ooh, I got a 2 of spades.
Cool, so you get to make a constellation with 2 stars. But after that, if anyone draws a 2, we'll add to that constellation. So that constellation is going to slowly grow and get new stories over the course of the game.
Sounds good. So I'm going to put my little 2-star constellation right here. Oops, not right there.
Uh-huh.
And I get to name this constellation. This one is the Seafarer's Path.
Nice. Is that the full name? The Seafarer's Path?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm going to make this the Oracle.
Ooh, sounds good.
I'm going to remind myself what an oracle is.
So the Oracle, flashes of insight that some call divine visions, the burden of knowing. And what suit did you draw, Tessa?
It was spades.
So Spades is a story about creation, discovery, and invention.
Very nice. The Seafarer's Path. Huh. Let's see.
Don't forget that there are the Muse charts towards the end of the rulebook if you need a bit of a creative boost.
I do have an idea. What's the word?
Ruminating.
Ruminating. There's a word, I can't remember it. So I think Tai is the half-horse, half-fish god of water who brought seafaring to this people. There is a river in this land that is, the large river that connects these people to the sea. And this river is probably the source of these people's livelihoods and also all of their origin stories. For them, this is the river of life. And it is said that especially young people, when they want to find themselves, to discover their calling and their path, they have to go on a journey on this river. They have to build their first boat or other vessel and then follow the river down to the sea. And this is kind of like a ritual for coming into their own.
Like a coming of age ceremony?
Yeah, probably. It's not like absolutely necessary, but there are people who may not really know what they want to go for in life, so they engage on this journey, and it is said that along this journey, they may have visions, or they may have dreams, or that is where, the water, the sea, the god of the sea may send them visions. And, so it is a journey of self-discovery. So the Seafarer's Path is a kind of journey that some people undertake.
Cool.
Cool.
I don't have any questions about it. I think it's
I do.
Go.
So, is there any competition or pride amongst kind of the youth that go on this journey? Do they have these big fish stories where they're like, oh well, when I went on this journey, here's what I saw, or is it more kind of like a private, this is something very personal and kept to themselves?
I think it's more of a private journey. I don't think I'm sure people do exchange stories, and for sure there is a little bit of that, oh, I saw this and this, but it's not ultimately about that, right? It's about coming into your own. So I think the people around them, when they do come back to the village or whatever, they will see what this person has grown into. So I don't think it's so much a competition as just a journey of self-discovery, where it's meant to be. And it doesn't mean that everybody finds what they're looking for either.
cool.
Neat.
Well then, I guess it's my turn to draw a card.
Yes.
Okay.
I got the 7 of diamonds.
Oh wow.
Ooh.
Alright, so let me just create a constellation. I want to be selfish. Take up a whole bunch of the map. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Six. Can it reach? Ah, no, it goes through stars. 7. So Luna, you get to name this baby.
Big baby.
Maybe that's it. It's just the big baby.
The large child. A large infant. No. What's the opposite of like apex?
I don't think we've...
No.
Yeah.
Like
No,
a
it's fine.
bottom feeder?
You know what? That's good. The lure.
Ooh. Actually, that fits really nicely into like this water theme that's kind of coming out here.
Yeah, the lure.
Because I'm imagining like a fishing lure now.
Ah, yes.
Which, I mean, maybe that's not it. To wait and find
Maybe
out.
that isn't.
Well, it is interesting that you've given me that to work with when we have diamonds, and that's luck, trickery, and guile again.
There you go.
Oh, do you want to choose an oracle? Or not an oracle,
An
an
archetype?
archetype.
Do I have to?
Yes.
Okay. Let's see. I think the scorned might
Oh.
be interesting
The
here.
victim of a broken promise. What will justice look like?
Okay. So the lure is it's like an anemone, like got those tentacly growth things. And it lives at the bottom of the ocean. And is one of the older gods. It's been there for so long that at this point, it's mostly just dormant, and it just sits there with its tentacles, and whatever happens to swim through, it catches and keeps. But one day, there was a lobster that came crawling into the lure, into this anemone. And the lure was like, oh, I love lobster. Lobster's delicious. This is going to be a lovely snack for me. Unfortunately, the lobster did not want to be eaten, and it did not want to be a snack. So the lobster said, look, promise me that you will let me go, and I will bring you back a meal that is even more tasty, because I know you cannot leave here. You are trapped at the bottom of the ocean, and life towards the surface is just flourishing. There's so much good food. You're missing out being trapped down here at the bottom in the deep sea. And the lure is sort of like, yeah, but you're a meal and you're right here. I could eat you right now. And the lobster says, yeah, but like good things come to those who wait. I will bring you back more food than you would know what to do with. It will be wonderful. Mm-hmm. So the lure is like, okay, fine. I'll take you up on that, lobster. You go along your way. So the lobster swims off. Well, a few days go by and the lobster hasn't returned yet, which isn't too surprising. It's a big ocean, and the anemone, the lure, is sort of like, okay, I expect this a little bit. But then a week goes by, and then a month, and nothing has come down as deep as the anemone living in this deep ocean. And it's beginning to feel a little like it's been tricked, that this is just totally been made a fool of. When the god of the ocean, Tai, comes swimming by, and the lure calls out to Tai and is like, Tai, I need your help. I was promised a meal by a lobster, but it went away, and I just haven't seen it since. And Tai says, well, I mean, I can't help you there because, you know, the lobster is doing its own thing, and I don't blame the lobster for not wanting to be eaten. But I'll make a compromise with you. I will move you from the bottom of the ocean up towards the surface where there's a lot more. He's right. There's a lot more life, a lot more food. And so the lure says, great, fantastic. Let's do that. So he moves the lure up into the shallower waters. However, the lure, having been betrayed the first time by the lobster, feels so bitter and so just totally out of touch with everybody that it begins to entrap anything that comes by, not just sea life. It begins to grow up and snares fishermen that come by and get too close. So everybody is warned to stay away from the lure. And that's the story of the lure.
It's like the crotchety old man at the bottom of the sea.
Yep. Yeah. And all of the children of the neighboring like villages know to stay away. Like they're told not to swim too far, or else they'll be sucked in by the lure.
This lobster reminds me, it's like Sebastian but reverse. You know how Sebastian is singing about stay? This one is like, oh yeah, come up.
It's gonna be great. Yeah.
Yes.
All right, so we've just made a full loop. Like we've all had one turn to play all the roles. So the fun thing about this game is that basically at the end of every turn you can kind of assess like, oh, are we feeling good? Like, do we want to stop? There's no specific like end point or end goal. It's just like play until you're not playing anymore. And I think this is where we're going to call it for today, just to give a snapshot of this game. But I hope you like what you saw. Please check out this game. You can find all my info as a part of the larger Comics X Games showcase. But yeah, thank you for watching, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the event.
Hi, my name is Efahan Elby. I am the writer and director of In Cold Dark. This is made by Done Undone, which is me and my wonderful team. This is our baby, and we're so excited to share it with you. In Cold Dark is a narrative, story-based game. I was torn a little bit how to present this to you guys. It's a very chill game. It's very much about reading, patience, choice. So I decided just for the shortest run through of our demo, which is currently out, you can play it yourself at incolddark.com/play. Please, I invite you to play it. I'd be so excited. I'm going to try not to talk too much, but also explain some of the choices behind it. So without further ado, here is In Cold Dark. In Cold Dark opens with a memory, I guess a dream sequence. Your friend Kiraya and a long time ago connection of yours, who obviously was very important. It's the first introduction to the core concept of the game, which is the idea of choice, but choice without, I guess, what I would put as exclamation points over every single one. Our life is full of choices every day, and the theory of the game, sort of the initial inception as to why I began the project at all, was obviously to create a story and tell a story, but also to give the player the idea and the experience of choosing almost by every action or every interaction. Your connection to Kiraya is obviously highlighted here, but the choices you make do matter. I'm always a little torn how much to speak on it, because obviously every good game is a mystery box and I would love you to discover it yourself. But what you choose will affect the experiences of what you hear and what you see quite significantly, with a lot more intended once we're past the demo phase. We're still building the game. But all of them matter. And the sort of emotional nuance of conversations also matter as well as you go through. In Cold Dark is inspired by a lot of games along this genre. Games like Oxenfree, Firewatch, the sort of calmer wander games and stories. But every year, it's now been about 3 years of work on the game, and I think it's becoming a little more of its own thing every time, and I'm really happy about that. The style of the game itself is based on my experience as an illustrator and just my severe love for pixel art all through the years. My teammate Miguel has been working like crazy to create sets and beautiful, beautiful things. The characters are often my design. This particular path has a little bit more of my assets in it, but every scene has been touched by everyone, and honestly, I couldn't be more proud of pretty much every frame of the game so far. Obviously, everything is not final. I'm sure we'll find new ways to sort of work through things and improve everything. But at its core, it's sort of based in I don't know if I would call the space or the sort of presentation of space realistic, but certainly it's comic booky, or rather painterly, and I can't wait for you to see it. This is your AI companion Spark, who has been with you the entire journey. You spent 3 years out on the rim on your own, doing a job for a company called Distant Star, scouting new planets and bringing the information back. Spark is getting a little bit detuned, as you can tell, and that makes Spark more sassy and a little insulting at times. But also, obviously, there is a bond here that has developed, and Spark's been your companion forever. Again, one of the internal battles that I have with presenting it is to sort of whether or not to explain the sheer amount of variance in every playthrough. From the get-go, In Cold Dark is designed to be played multiple times. The reason for that is actually a core part of the design. It's the inspiration for it was sort of in the minor choices that we make every day, and they're sometimes vast impacts on our lives. Sometimes we make big life-changing choices, and they obviously have a huge impact on what happens, but oftentimes also our day-to-day matters. And in the span of this game, which is it's not an open world game, you can't wander anywhere you want. There is a momentum to the story and a story to be told, but the concept is that no path really curves back on itself. The world is bigger every day that we work on it, but also the idea that it is a world left to explore in a way that can't be done in real life. You can choose, and you will choose, and your priorities will determine what's important to you, and you will experience a very particular version of this world. And you can come back and try it again, and try something completely different this time, and see a different angle that you would never have arrived at. The point is, it should never curve back and become sort of a full loop, so it's the same experience over and over. So this ship is, your time here in the cockpit is one of the first times you're actually able to make a choice that has an impact on the remainder of the game that is different every time. So there's actually a few different activities, more to come hopefully too, but the idea of there's a chance to think about your home and reminisce. Since your trip is now ending, you're headed back towards home again to Sagi 499, which is a recently colonized section of the galaxy. You can sort of think on what you've left behind and what you might be returning to. There's your work. There's that figurine leads you to a TV show that you can catch up on. You haven't seen in a while. There are books to read. With there's a lot of content. One of the most exciting ones, and the ones that I am picking this time around, is the ability to navigate your own self back. So Adam has designed up a beautiful navigation game that you will see, and I think in a way it becomes a microcosm of the overall experience. But this is one moment where you make a choice, and you'll be doing this activity during your off moments throughout this journey, and you can try something else next time and get a little bit of the world, or just ignore the world building if you want. It's your choice. So this first version of the nav is the most complex you can run into at first, because this is actually your trip back from the distant rim. It's random, so the intent is that it's definitely one of the more difficult, and this embodies the rest of the game's ethos in one place, in the idea that you can try to take this challenge on yourself, and it is possible to win, to make it to the end goal. But also you can also ask Spark to do it for you, and obviously Spark has the benefit of a computer processor to sort of tackle all these paths at once. What I love about it is neither path is wrong, and And there's actually a separate pleasure and joy in doing both. The solving it yourself will give you one reaction and also maybe some options unlocked down the way. Obviously, your skills are rising at doing this kind of navigation. Alternatively, pressing the robo button there is actually very satisfying. I love the crap out of it because it's just a great pleasure to watch. You know, Spark does all of these paths at one go, and the one that finally lands is always a surprise to me. I actually am in love with it. So this is a good example of sort of, you have options, none of them are going to end you or end your experience. You can decide to let Spark do it, and you're probably not going to hear the end of it because Spark will just hold it against you the next time, but it's your choice. Honestly, I'm in love with this whole thing. This is the name entry based on obviously a beautiful DOS-like interface because I am a giant nerd and I love it to death. So we'll put an Effie. Space always seems to have a sort of a contemplative quality to it, in the sense that sort of these big open spaces and vast dimensions. In this case, this is the first sort of choice this is sort of the core decision about a great many others. This is where the story branches into sort of three different moral directions. And I don't use morality in the sense of good and bad. Obviously, there are good and bad morals, I do believe, but in this sense of the priorities that the player will find on their way through this adventure. So there's obviously a momentum to life. We have direction and intention and history, and your character has them as well, though you discover them slowly. But you just finished a huge job, and one of the big priorities could be to go and get your money because you've earned it and you spent all this time. You might have other reasons for having dodged out of the galaxy for a while, or rather Sagi 499, the sector, but you deserve your pay, and that's definitely your key momentum. In this demo, you can't go get the pay yet because we haven't built it, but there's a few other paths you can go to, and actually that's because Ryko is such a large hub that there's a lot more stories that kind of build from there. So that's still in production. Just building those sets now, and they're beautiful. I can't wait to share them. Maybe I'll put in a screenshot here too so you can see it. So this is one of the first things that kind of happens where you have just returned and you are alerted by Spark about an incoming message, and this is a choice to make at this point. It's your friend Kiraya, and she is contacting you with some urgency. So there's a little bit of intrigue with Spark here that plays out, but also the idea that this is now another option. You obviously want to go get your money, or you want to continue on the current momentum of your life, but this sounds important, and it might be important to you. Is it worth exploring? I guess you'll be the one to decide. The very final sort of branch of this initial set of, options plays itself out now, where you already know Spark is a little bit unbalanced, but something very strange occurs. Spark has no awareness of this happening, so there's something else going on. Some sort of a signal has been found. This is the sort of top piece of a larger mystery throughout the entire experience. But again, it creates another choice for you where there's a possibility of sort of exploring the unknown and following a mystery wherever it might lead. And who doesn't love a good mystery? We all love mysteries. One of my personal preferences in this experience, and obviously it's not meant for every experience, this is in this particular game, is that the UI, I'm trying to keep it to a minimum. I love the idea of exploring these visuals, of letting the player sort of discover points. Obviously, inspiration from a lot of the old LucasArts point-and-click games, and any game that has been inspired by and developed that beautiful genre since. This is definitely one of those moments where this map was made first, so I feel like eventually I'll come back and change it up and try something new. We will build something different. But here, so for example, there's this signal that has popped up on the map. Spark is acting really, really weird about it. Maybe doesn't even know it exists, but kind of knows it exists. There's something up here. So this is a side mystery that you can choose to follow. It's not a wrong choice, and again, I can't express how much, because this is the shortest playthrough. This one lands at just a little bit below half an hour. In some of our plays of the demo, I've seen folks play for 2 hours, a little longer. It really depends how much you decide to read, what you choose to do, what you choose to engage with. This path is one of my favorite for this demo in the sense of the visuals, but every one of them is different. Some have a lot more social engagement and meeting new people and deciding whether or not you want to meet new people. But this signal is definitely a core mystery, and I'm honestly so excited to hear what all of you find when you start to play and experience it for yourself, and particularly when the whole experience is all together and the full story can be, experienced play by play. There's a particular thrill, too, in my friend Sebastian's beautiful tunes. This path has a bit more of other tunes, including some of my own, but there are whole segments which are just created with his dulcet synth. It's such an honor to have that kind of work inside of an experience like this, and I think it's one of the things that makes a game so beautiful, that it can be a mix of visuals, of storytelling, of writing, and of music, and it all comes together to create a unique experience that can't be emulated anywhere else, not in any other medium. So it's just really exciting. Yeah, I love that. And it calls you a quitter. There are some sort of story journeys through here that are just full of social interaction and in a way management, like our lives have. There's people to meet and your own reactions to them. You as a player can decide if these people are people you're interested in speaking with or not, or you can sort of slough them off. These all have impact on where the story takes you. This path is particularly lonesome, or in the sense of it being very much you and Spark. I love, personally, I love sort of building these worlds, and I love the sort of depth of Spark in some ways. This Spark is having an issue here, obviously a giant issue. So to sort of navigate through the issue, switches to Side Spark, which is sort of a side AI that kind of avoids the complications of the big one. But again, this sort of shows the choice levels that we're intending. The idea of the signal that you find, and you can decide, how to engage with it, how you feel. Do you want to, once you have the signal collected, you can choose to stay, or you can choose to go and chase it, as you'll see in a second. A little haunting. So we're going to chase is what we're going to do. Coming from the world of illustration and animation, I'm a very interdisciplinary artist. I love all kinds of mediums. I think games are so special, though. There is something in the way of being able to build these worlds, whether they are, simple pixels, painted, 3D. I mean, each of these requires a different sort of focus, and all of them are difficult to put together. The idea of making these sort of interactive worlds is something I can't get over. This is my favorite path visually because I just love these things. I love these paintings and the way that they sort of come to life in motion, and being able to sort of create this box where you can look around and experience them. I mean, I'm consistently in love with this. I think it's just such a cool way to experience a story, and I think what's so thrilling about game design in general is that this is the way that I would approach sort of the concept. And each one of my teammates, Adam, and Migs and Seb, they all bring something different to this experience, and it would not exist the way it does without them and without sort of the ideas we bring to it. And every person would make this differently, So this is a bit of a tourism of the sector of new places that maybe people haven't even seen. But here you get to experience a comet, and each one of these will take you through a place that may actually have relevance to the plot later on as well. But right now you're in the middle of a chase, so you have, obviously there's an urgency to keep going. This path never puts you inside the ship, and many paths do put you inside the ship or inside other ships or places. So it's, again, the idea that you can never really quite know exactly what's waiting for you. There isn't a cookie cutter, and part of the excitement for me and for us as creators is that figuring out some of that experience as we go. Obviously there's a whole story path that's taken some years to build, but there's, how it plays out in games, you find out right away if it's any fun or not. And I just, that part of the process is just can't be sped up. You have to just have to experience it through. This place has quite a bit of relevance, but you won't get to spend much time in it because you're still on the chase. Since one of the core aspects of Inkwell Dark is the idea of no wasted play, that you can go through the game and experience a story and experience a different part later, there is also an element of replay and a continuity between plays. This is a huge aspect for me as the creator, because I really enjoy when you get to sort of frolic in a world and see it from all kinds of perspectives, and also not feel like you've squandered time, because really none of us squander time. Nothing you do in this life is a waste of your time. It's just a choice. Uh-oh, Spark's back, and Spark's got something for you to do. Can't be great. So even though Spark is, at this point, obviously overrun by something taking control and has brought you here to this place, there is still a part of Spark that wants to help you, and so sends out a distress signal on your behalf so that maybe you might get saved. This is the place where your path ends, as you can tell by the length of this video and what's left. But every play is a different length, and this one I love because it has an element of you really don't know what's out there. Obviously, we have a good sense of what's out there. We usually know, but there's something about this that can't be explained just yet. But not this time. This is at each of the end of the demos, obviously it's only a part of the experience, a small part, but they all finish with something sort of different and a special moment. This is the first hint with Kiraya that perhaps it may not be Kiraya that you're talking to in this memory. To be continued. And that's the end. What can I say, honestly? I'm so thrilled to share this with you. Thank you so much for watching this experience with me and experiencing our very hard work. I'm sure you have your own things like this, and it's such a joy to be able to share it. This is, as mentioned, the point of this experience is to be played again. And so one of the aspects is to invite the player to sort of try one more time. I can't really describe to you how much changes every play, even in this initial sort of demo phase. There's a lot of variance, and please come to the Discord for Hand Eye Society. Tell us what you think about the experience, what you experience yourself. If you like it, any thoughts, we'd love to hear. This has been a passion project for a while, and there's lots left to do, but it's honestly just a thrill to be able to share it with you. Once you complete your experience, as you can see, the game does sort of a traditional reset. But the very first thing it does is invites you to play again. So please do. And like I mentioned, if it isn't in a link somewhere, incolddark.com/play. Come and experience it for yourself. I would be thrilled to know. If you get a chance, follow us on Instagram, follow us on, or come join the Discord if you like. Find us on itch.io. This experience is still being built, but we're really excited for you to try it out and, experience the latest version. So thank you again very much from the whole team. Stay safe.
Time Bandit is a bit of a difficult game to show via video, or even by playing it for a short period of time, because it's a real-time game where everything takes time. The way that it's really meant to be played is for just a few minutes at a time over the course of days and weeks, slowly making progress by saving the game and coming back to it. So for the sake of showing you more of the game, I'm going to be doing some time traveling, that is, cheating, to bring you to the end of processes that you would normally have to wait for to finish. First, I'm going to tell you a bit more about the real-time game mechanics, and then I'll get into the story of Time Bandit. But just to give you an idea of the premise right now, you begin the game working as an independent contractor collecting time crystals for a mining company. Eventually, you discover that they're trying to take control of time in order to make you work for them forever. You just saw the character cut down a tree for wood, which they'll need to build a bridge. But if you cut down a tree, you might want to plant another one, since it will take 24 hours in real time to grow back. That's how just about everything in the game works. One thing you'll be doing a lot is moving boxes with these automatic forklifts that take a half hour in real time to finish moving. I'm accelerating time here so that you can see what the puzzles look like, but if you were actually playing the game, you would probably only move one box at a time before saving the game and coming back to it later, slowly making progress. At first, you'll be tasked with collecting these time crystals for the company, but when you find out about what they plan to do with them, you'll begin to steal the time crystals by sneaking them out of the workplace. When the company catches on, you'll receive a real-time work schedule so they can keep better track of your movements. If you get caught sneaking around while it's not your shift, you could end up in jail. And trust me, you don't want that to happen. But if you're careful, you just might be rewarded for taking the risk. Another significant real-time game mechanic is an energy meter that goes down slowly while you work. It goes down faster while you're completing QuickTime events, so make sure to mash those buttons as fast as you can. In order to refill your energy meter, you have to go home to sleep, and it can take up to 8 real-time hours of good sleep to fill it up all the way. Time Bandit is a strongly narrative-driven game, with a story that unfolds slowly through radio conversations and low-poly cutscenes. In the real-time spirit of the game, the radio conversations work like real-life phone calls that you'll receive from characters only over the course of days and weeks. Of course, you can also call the characters yourself at any time to play optional conversations that may be relevant to the situation you find yourself in. Characters will give you hints on what to do next, as well as encyclopedic details that provide a combination of fictional and non-fictional world building. Sometimes they'll break the fourth wall in humorous ways that are meant to help you reflect on your real-life habits and temporal experiences, and even how you feel about playing the game itself. Time Bandit is an explicitly anti-capitalist game. It deals with themes of labor exploitation, economic crisis, environmental catastrophe, and more. But my intention isn't just to demand acceptance of all the ideas presented. In fact, many of the characters in Time Bandit will contradict one another. It's all situated in a big melodrama with lots of political intrigue. And my goal is just to deal with complex issues in detail to provide plenty of context for you to decide for yourself how you feel about them. Now I'm just going to play a bit of the game to give you a sense of how Time Bandit alternates between slow puzzle solving and narrative segments. This is an early part of the game with a bit more exposition and before the company has deployed robots because they've started to suspect someone is stealing from them. Even the main mechanics of Time Bandit are introduced slowly to fit the real-time feel of the game. You might recall that at the start of this video, we got wood by cutting down a tree. Let's use that wood now to build a bridge. Building the bridge, like most things, will take time, in this case an hour. If you were actually playing the game, you would of course have to save the game and come back an hour later. But since we don't have time for that right now, and for the sake of showing you what's on the other side, let's time travel an hour into the future. Now we've found ourselves with a box pushing puzzle. We should probably think a bit about the best way to solve this before making any moves, since anything we do will take time. It looks like we got a phone call. So she gave us a little clue about this puzzle. We can also call the characters ourselves to play optional conversations that might be relevant to the situation we find ourselves in. But for now, let's take the advice she already gave us and just try pulling this box. This time I'm not going to do any time travel. I want to see if there's other stuff that we can do in the meantime. You can actually do a lot of multitasking in Time Bandit. Eventually, you'll be able to buy more forklifts so you can push more than one box at a time, maybe in different areas, so you're not just stuck waiting while solving one puzzle, but can slowly make progress on different puzzles at the same time. You might be rewarded a bit for exploring and opening up access to new areas, and even some shortcuts. Looks like we've finally reached the end of the tutorial. It looks like we should be able to get in here if we push this box, so I'm going to try that. Let's keep walking around and see what else we can find. It looks like there's a lot of time crystals over here, but I'm not sure how to move all these piles of trash out of the way. So we got another hint about this, which makes it sound like we won't be able to do anything here until we get an item back over at the first puzzle. So let's go back and check out how things are going over there. Maybe that box is finished moving? Okay, it's only been a couple of minutes, so it hasn't moved very far at all yet. At this point, I think we should just head home to sleep and save the game, and we can come back later. So this character is asking us when we can meet him tomorrow. If you were actually playing the game, you would have to meet him on the following day at the actual time that you've set. But I'm going to time travel us to tomorrow since I think he must have something really important to say for him to come out of the water all dramatically like that. I'm going to cut it off here since I don't want to spoil too much. That was just the first half of the cutscene, and if you want to see the whole thing, you can download the demo of Time Bandit, which is available now on itch.io.
Okay. So my name is Nelson Carroll, and I made a game called Flaming Million, which is around on the internet, and I'm gonna play a bit of it, just so you can get a taste of it. And I'm gonna like talk about it too. So hopefully it's not too loud. I try to fix the audio levels, but we'll see. So this game is based on, like, the area in this game is really based on SUNY Oswego, where I went to undergrad, which is on Lake Ontario, one of the Great Lakes. And I made this game, I guess a year ago now, so probably last May, right when like the pandemic had just like completely shut everything down. And it is probably a game that is unlikable, but it's the game that I made. And it has a lot to do with glitches. A lot of, probably all of the graphics in the game are graphics that are derived from glitches that I made through a lot of different kinds of processes. One of my biggest regrets, I guess it's a regret, I'm not sure, but everyone always asks me, like, I start in this building and I want to go into the bathrooms, and you can't go into the bathrooms, and you know, I think it's a choice, you know. This is your dorm room, and your roommate, who's talking about the composer for the Dragon Quest games, who if you know me, you know that I really love Dragon Quest, and that like everything I'm always talking about is just really about Dragon Quest. There's this really nice room in the back of my dorm building at SUNY Oswego. This is many years ago. Yeah, this is many years ago. But there's this really great room in the back. So the campus is right on the lake, and so there's this great room with this huge bay window, and it's just like this perfect view of Lake Ontario. So you could like see the sunset. You know. But this game's also on Steam, where it has a couple really negative reviews. It's not, you know, it's not really a likable game. It's not, that's not what it's about, you know. But I talked to a lot of my friends, and, you know, it's like, how do I, like, what does this game need? And someone was like, a map. So I added this map to the campus. So you're like at 1. Actually, you're not at 1. You're next to 1. It'll tell you. Oh, I guess you are at 1. I don't know what I'm talking about. And then, you know, it kind of points to the directions that, you know, you should go check out. So we're gonna go look around in a second. A tour of Flaming Million, brought to you by Nelson Thomas Carroll. It's not too confusing. You know, I have a hard time designing things that are I don't know, likable? I don't know. The NPCs are all kind of based on real people, or like real interactions that I've had. I remember one time I was walking home at night, and this bro, like drunken bro, we were all drunk, but like this real drunken bro bumped into us, and he was like, dude, like, don't touch me. And I was gonna fight him. I was gonna fight that dude, but my poor partner at the time, who, you know, had a real falling out, of course, was like, I'm gonna break up with you if you fight that guy. And I was like, hey man, I'm just trying to defend my honor. I don't want to say honor, that's not true. So this is the quad. You know, there's a treasure chest here. One of the main sort of design philosophies of Flaming Million is that it's like, you don't know if you're trying to talk to a wall or a treasure chest or an NPC. Because everything's all, you know, everything's really blurred together. You know, boundaries have really become confusing. But I guess the main story of Flaming Million is that you're on this college campus, and there's this sort of frat parade, which is sort of this like drunken festival, and all those like frat boys come out, and they're just like totally like ruining everybody's vibe, and it's up to you to kind of rid the college campus of this and like make it a little bit safer for your friends. So this is like a cafeteria. We saw it on the map. Even I talk to the walls. You know, I was just making out with this block. It's hard to tell them apart, especially after so much White Claw. I was drinking a lot of White Claw. This is like the height of like everyone you know drinking White Claw. It was like right when like the pandemic really started. You know, but there's also this sort of like cyberpunk thing going on where, you know, everyone's really under surveillance, and it's this sort of like police state that, you know, you're gonna undo this a little bit. I was really, really enamored with the you know, when the protests were really like at their height, and people were toppling, you know, all these statues of like colonizers and slave owners, and that just, yeah, it had such a profound impact on me, you know, watching it on like Twitch. And it's just, yeah, it was really powerful and special. So, you know, you go around, you talk to your friends, and they teach you glitches. You know, all your friends have glitches that they want to teach you, and then you use these glitches to, you know, solve some of the, you know, sort of the boss battles, if you will. It's not a very long game. It's like a short game. It's, I don't know, I can probably run through it knowing exactly what to do in like half an hour. Maybe if you don't know what you're doing, it might, I don't know, take an hour. You know, so then you learn these glitches. And everyone's kind of, you know, speaking in code, so like, you know, just like listen to like what people are saying. You know, but I think I was also really reacting to this like idea of, you know, not being safe in space, you know, spaces and public spaces, you know, spaces like other people are also occupying, and I was watching so much of, all of the protests and like all the news stuff. I was watching on Twitch like all the time, and so what I loved about that is you would follow these heroes around during a protest like all night. They'd be streaming and just like kind of moving all around like a city, and it was just, you would gain this like really interesting spatial knowledge, and you'd really start to understand the like, especially with the protests, and especially when the protests and like the police would clash. You would really understand like these like roads and like city maps just so intimately, and it was really fascinating. Obviously it's very difficult to watch. So the student union, based on the student union in Soon Oswego. I really love this sound, the soundtrack. I really like all the songs in the soundtrack, but like this song, it really stands out to me. It's like very ominous. And also all the music was also like glitch music. And then, so there's the dining hall, the student union, and then the third area is the bar that we can't get to yet. This path is being blocked right now. This is based on a true historical event. There's a really great documentary about that event. I can't think what it's called right now, but yeah, if you Google that, there's a really good documentary about it. So yeah, it's just like a small game. People on Steam said there were too many glitches in the game. I don't know if that's true. I thought there was a good number of glitches in the game, but perhaps I'm mistaken. Probably mistaken. I don't know. Like I said, it's probably not a likable game. I don't know. I really love Sokoban. So there's like some Sokoban going on here. That's all I got. Yeah, that's all I got. That's all I have to say about that. But I'm really interested in legibility, and these sort of confusions that are happening. Not even the confusions, but also this sort of like assumptions in a game like Dragon Quest, where it's like, alright, like this brown square means that I'm going to, get the treasure, or the most basic assumptions is like, I'm gonna go onto these green tiles and I'm going to find some animals and I'm gonna murder the animals and like I'm gonna get stronger. Like, thank you. And I'm also gonna get richer. That's sort of like, the super RPG assumption, right? And I love those assumptions. I think they're really interesting, but then it's also like my prerogative then becomes to like, how do I upset those assumptions? He's an NPC based on me, green guy. So if you talk to these people, they kind of give you clues for the first boss encounter. And let's gotta talk to this guy. I'm a barista currently. I'm not sure for how much longer, but I'm also really interested in, you know, this sort of labor, and especially labor under COVID, under pandemic, and like just really thinking about like who gets to work from home safely and who doesn't. You know, that's like, it's been revealed to be like this real class problem, right? Well, there's all these essential workers, but you know, they don't have a choice. You know, I know, you know, like nurses and stuff too, and like people who work in hospitals. So yeah, so you get to these, you know, you find these 3 police chiefs and destroy their statues, and that's the game. I'm not gonna show this part, so that's I guess that's where I'm gonna stop the video. But thanks for watching. Thank you. Flaming Million is a game. I don't know. I don't know if it's a likable game. I'm not sure. I like it. It's like a game that I made that, like, if I saw this game and I hadn't made it, I'd be like, whoa, like, that game's really interesting. But that doesn't mean it's a good game. But yeah, if you have any questions or comments, please contact me. Yeah. I don't know, that's it. How long have I been doing this? Oh, I've been doing this 19 minutes. 19 and a half minutes. You guys don't want to hear from me anymore.
Hey everyone! Thanks so much for joining us today. We hope you're having a good time with us for Comics X Games 2021. We are done for today, but we will be back throughout the week of May 8th to 15th. Check out our website at handaisociety.com for our full schedule and follow us at Handai Society for live updates. See ya!